morning.
Time, I would like to call this meeting of the Board of Education to order. I will ask our board members to identify themselves for the record as a board name. William Buchanan, present. Katie, yes, present. John Andy.
Present.
Bill Forty.
Present.
Elaine McCown.
Present.
Thomas Mack. Present. We have a forum. President Galante will be for the open meeting. Can I have a motion and a second to approve today's agenda?
Second.
Motion, Dr. Smack, and second by Lamb. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Need a motion to enter into closed session under the General Provisions Act, Section 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons: to approve closed session minutes from the previous month, Section 3-305B1, to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, can we take a breath? And performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personal matters that affects one or more specific individuals. And Section 3-305B7, to discuss legal matters, to perform administrative functions. Can I have a motion and a second to enter into closed session? Motion. Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being with us today. And as we reconvene this Board of Education meeting, I want to remind everyone that we do have a quorum. We did have a closed session meeting that was held today pursuant to general provisions of Article 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons: to approve closed session minutes, to discuss personnel matters, to discuss legal matters, and to perform administrative functions. Today we have Pastor Wilson, Woody Wilson from the Stevenson United Methodist Church to lead us in the invocation. Thank you for being here. And after the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pastor Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you for the privilege of allowing me to be here today. Would you please reverently join me in prayer? Loving Heavenly Father, we come before you as we begin this meeting with our hearts and our minds open and ready to listen. Grant us the wisdom and the clarity to understand the issues before us and the grace to discuss them with mutual respect and a shared commitment to the well-being of our students and community. Father, we ask that you would guide our thoughts and inspire us to make decisions that are just, equitable, and serve the greater good. Help us to rise above the self-interest and focus on our collective purpose to support education and create a positive environment for all. We ask for your presence to bless our deliberations, bring us unity in our decisions, empower us to act with integrity and courage in your loving service. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Wilson, thank you for that beautiful invocation today. We appreciate you being here so much. Board, can I have a motion and a second to approve the open session minutes from August 19th, 2025? Motion. A motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
And a second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Wallace for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm pleased to share that Worcester County Public Schools has had a very successful opening to the 25-26 school year. On September 2nd, board members, the executive team, instructional coordinators, and leadership from the Sheriff's Office joined me for the first day visits across all 14 schools. These visits gave us the chance to experience the excitement of students and staff as they began the year. I want to thank each of you for your presence in our schools. It sent a strong message of support to our educators, families, and students. I also want to thank our teachers, support staff, school leaders, custodians, food service workers, and bus contractors for making the first 11 days of school an outstanding experience for our students. Since that time, we've scheduled upcoming executive leadership meetings in schools in order to continue observing instruction and student engagement. These walkthroughs conducted with principals and instructional coordinators allow us to see not only high quality instruction, but also the positive culture and climate that we have worked so hard to create in our classrooms. We also began the important work of tracking student progress and intervention success through our school improvement process. This system, recently shared with school leaders during our levels meetings, ensures that we are monitoring the growth of every child and aligning resources where they are most needed. Looking ahead, my focus will shift towards assessment and planning. Next month, I will present my 100-day report to you, the board. This report will outline our early achievements, the challenges we have addressed, and the key next steps for continued growth of our system. Beyond the 100-day report, we will begin our 3 to 5 year strategic plan in collaboration with stakeholders, including our board, principals, coordinators, staff, and especially our students. This plan, rooted in the idea that every student is known by name, strength, and need, will serve as our roadmap for ensuring every child's success. I want to take a moment to share a very important and meaningful initiative with you and a new one. A few years ago, I was attending a meeting off campus when I noticed a sign that read this: "You are responsible for the energy that you bring to this space." You may have noticed this sign when you came in the board meeting. You might not have, but it is outside of this room as well. The message stuck with me. My second thought was, if I ever become a superintendent, I think I want that sign everywhere. That day has come, and so that sign is everywhere. It's a powerful reminder that whether we are adults or students, we are responsible for the energy that we bring to our meetings, to our presentations, to our comments, and to our learning environments. Thanks to the incredible creativity and dedication of our access and inclusion team, and some of them are here today, so I want to thank them publicly. We had lessons developed for our administrators to present to our staff, as well as 4 weekly lessons designed for our students. So I want to encourage each of you, everyone in this room and everyone watching online, remember, we are individually responsible for the energy that we bring to this space and every space we enter. And as I said, a reminder, these are all across our school system and central office today. This past Friday evening, we celebrated a ribbon cutting for the Morgan's Message Wall at Stephen Decatur High School. Some of you were there. Thank you for your attendance. Morgan's Message is an initiative that aims to destigmatize mental health within the student-athlete community by normalizing conversations about mental wellness and advocating for mental and physical health to be treated with equal importance. Mental health challenges don't discriminate. They don't affect only athletes. They affect me, and they affect many others, and many of us carry that burden silently, but not anymore. Because of my anxiety, I often have to remind myself to breathe, take a breath right now, and be present. I'm constantly aware of it and the challenges that it creates for me, and I'm not alone in this struggle, and I cannot be a part of fanning the flames of the stigma that surround mental health. Several people suggested that in my new role, I don't share my own struggles, but the truth is it's not a secret. And the more we shine a light on these challenges, the more we strip away the shame that some would have us carry. I felt compelled to share because leadership rooted in humanity does not weaken us, it elevates us. And every time someone in a leadership role speaks about mental health, it harkens a call to action. This month, more than any other month perhaps, we have to speak up. September is Suicide Prevention Month. In 2012, 40,600 people in the United States died of suicide. My silly, generous, gregarious dad was one of them. I want to say this directly to our students and to our staff and everyone watching. Take care of yourself, but also take care of one another. If you notice a friend struggling, check in on them. If you are struggling, reach out to a trusted person, a counselor, or a teammate. Lean on your coaches, lean on your teachers, lean on your peers, lean on your friends. Asking for help is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of strength. And never let anyone make you feel like speaking about your mental health makes you weak. That is a lie that we will bring to the light together. I want to say that again. Speaking about our mental health does not make us weak. It makes us brave. It reminds others that we are not alone, and it reminds us that our pain does not define us. Every conversation chips away at the walls of isolation. Every truth spoken is a flame that burns through the darkness of shame. In the light, we find connection, we find hope, and we find the possibility of recovery. Today and every day, let's dedicate ourselves to the work that we have ahead. Let it be a reminder that we can honor the lives we've lost by building a future where no one feels isolated or unseen. Together, we can make sure every voice is heard, every struggle is recognized, and that every life is valued. In closing, we had a strong opening, and we're laying the foundation for long-term excellence in Worcester County Public Schools. Thank you for your continued support as we move forward together.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. We appreciate that. That was a great message. I want to welcome our 2025-2026 student representatives who are joining us today from their respective schools to provide their monthly updates. And I believe today we're starting with Kanye Reed from Pocomoke High School. Kanye, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. My name is Kanye. I'm the student representative for Pocomoke High School. So far, we've had a strong start to the school year. On New Warrior Day, 86 students and their families attended sessions on schedules, resources, and strategies for success. Our back-to-school community tribe time was also well attended. And in partnership with Mr. Carlton Cartwright, our school liaison, and local agencies, we distributed over 2,700 watermelon to Pocomoke families. Our club rush on September 5th was also a huge success, with over 100 students signing up for FBLA and exploring 20 different clubs and organizations. Students also learned about new college and career readiness opportunities. Fall sports are off to a strong start, with over 120 athletes competing. Field hockey secured an early win, and boys soccer played a close 3-2 match. On September 12th, we held our annual tribe induction ceremony and a recycling rally led by environmental science students to support our journey to becoming a green school. Staff also joined the Mount Zion United Methodist Church's back-to-school kickoff, where the well bus handed out snow cones to the community. Looking ahead, on September 19th, we have our first senior sunrise at Burge Stadium from 6 to 7:45 a.m. Then later that day, we have Picture Day. On September 20th and 22nd, students will be painting and decorating parking spots. On September 26th, students will attend the Junior Achievement Career Carnival with our career coach, Ms. Cloud. The Well Bus will also be at Fourth Friday and at the Fall Festival, providing iPads and hotspots to help parents update and access the Power School Parent Portal. On October 2nd, the PSAT administration opens, then October 6th to 10th, Homecoming Spirit Week, ending with our annual pep rally on October 10th, followed by homecoming games and the crowning of our King and Queen with ROTC Sword Arch Procession. On October 11th, the homecoming pancake breakfast in the morning, and the homecoming dance from 7 to 10 p.m., organized by Miss Monica and the Blue and Gold student group. On October 14th, we have Community Tribe Time from 5 to 7 p.m. On October 16th, we have Senior Portrait Day, and throughout the whole month of October, we have multiple college and military recruiter visits. Now to Worcester Tech's report. Worcester Tech welcomed 600 students on September 2nd, with nearly every program full and many on a waiting list. Our mission remains for every CTE student to graduate enrolled, enlisted, or employed. Teachers are already blending real-world practice with certification prep, and Skills USA lessons are being infused into weekly circles to build strong personal and workplace skills. It's been a busy start. Several safety drills are complete, and our first prep rally to hype up our new students. Over 40 students are running for leadership positions ahead of the Fall Leadership Conference in Ocean City. Through grant partnerships, Worcester Tech now has 2 pollinator fields totaling 5 acres, an apiary, and a community garden that has donated over 350 pounds of produce, newly landscaped native plant beds, and even a corn maze in progress. Students across carpentry, ag science, and culinary arts have contributed hands-on skills, while 2 students earned paid internships to assist with maintaining the gardens and plant beds outside of school hours. Coming up, later this week, we host the Science of Learning Professional Series for administrators. Our trade students will visit Warwick and Chop Tank Lineman Program. Pedamont Airlines and the Advanced Technology Institute will meet with students. On September 17th, we have a SIAC meeting. On September 25th is a parent-teacher conferences. September 26th, Chef Cropper, MSDE Teacher of the Year finalist, competes for top honor. Good luck. Woo. October 18th, Skills USA annual golf fundraiser for Ocean Resorts. That concludes the updates for Pocomoke High School and Worcester Technical High School. Thank you for your continued support of our students, staff, and school communities. Now to Cash Von Marsh, representing Snow Hill High School.
Thank you. We're off to a fast and exciting start at Snow Hill High School. Our Snow Hill Rotary advisors, Mrs. Kozlowski and Mrs. Jackson, recently applied for the Honor Rose program, which celebrates youth groups that provide outstanding service to their communities. We are proud to announce that our Snow Hill Rotary students have been selected for this incredible honor. Honorees are chosen by a panel of youth service leaders in partnership with the Baltimore Ravens, the Governor's Office on Service and Volunteerism, and M&T Bank. As part of this recognition, our students will attend the Ravens versus Texans game on October 5th, where they'll enjoy an unforgettable experience running onto the field during the pregame, being recognized on Ravens Vision, and wearing special Honor Rose t-shirts. Meanwhile, our counseling department has been busy hosting college and military information sessions, beginning minute meetings with every student, and launching our freshman mentoring program. These efforts are designed to ensure every student feels supported and prepared for success. Looking ahead, we have several important dates on the calendar. Senior Application Day is scheduled for October 14th, and additional college information sessions are coming soon, featuring schools such as Washington College, Frostburg State, and the University of Maryland College Park. We will also be offering ASVAB testing and hosting a FAFSA night on October 22nd. Fall sports are in full swing, and our teams are off to an impressive start. One of the biggest highlights so far is the girls' soccer team's thrilling victory over 1A rival Mardella, their first win against them in 3 years. We also had the privilege of hosting a cross-country meet for the 2nd consecutive year at the Worcester County Recreational Center. This year's course was especially meaningful as it was designed by Snow Hill alumni Logan Herney, showcasing the lasting impact of our graduates on the Eagle community. It's been an incredible start to the year, and we look forward to keeping the momentum going. Thank you. Now I'll pass it to Sophia with the Decatur report.
Thank you. The days may be getting shorter, but the list of activities and events are getting longer at Stephen Decatur High School. Accolades for our school and our students are no exception. First, we are proud to say that we have been voted Coastal Style Magazine's best school for the 5th year in a row. Secondly, we had nearly 400 passing scores on advanced placement exams, including 97 students who earned College Board Advanced Placement honors, 30 more than a year ago. Additionally, our Students Against Destructive Decisions organization has been named a 2025 Baltimore Ravens Honor Rose honoree for his exceptional community service. This group will receive an on-field recognition during the Ravens vs. Jets game on November 23rd. To kick off the school year in an exciting fashion, we hosted our first Do What Decatur Does Back to School Night, where families met teachers, learned about Decatur's clubs and extracurricular activities, talked with school counselors, and cheered on our sports teams. The event culminated with the special showing of Screenagers, a powerful documentary about the challenges families face in the digital age. We also started the school year with student elections, and we now have a new batch of wonderful leaders to promote Decatur's spirit and work with our staff to build upon our positive school climate. Meanwhile, our band program has been busy raising money for a possible once-in-a-lifetime trip to perform in the Pearl Harbor Memorial Parade in Honolulu, Hawaii. Our 15 fall sports teams have been cruising through their seasons in spectacular fashion. Our clubs and extracurricular programs are off and running, with NJROTC program presenting the colors during our Friday Night Lights events. The Key Club, Fellowship of Christian Athletes, and Surfrider Club are all busy. Our National English Honor Society will host its induction ceremony on September 23rd, and our National Honor Society members have been busy serving as hosts and greeters for various school functions, including our annual SDHS Freshman Seahawk Day. Looking ahead, we are excited for Homecoming Week, which begins October 6th, and preparations are already being made for this special, fun-filled week. Other events on the horizon include the Rho Kappa Honor Society induction ceremony and the Presidential Service Award ceremony on October 9th. In closing, thank you everyone for making our school system so great, and best wishes to everyone for a safe, productive, and happy school year. Now back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
I got me on. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Cash, and thank you, Kanye. You know, it's only been 3 months, and you guys have done an incredible job. You settled right in, and you're professionals. So thank you so much for taking the time. We appreciate it. It's now time to recognize any audience members today from the following organizations. Do we have anyone present from the WCTA? Good afternoon, Beth. And the WCESPA? Okay. Worcester County Retired School Personnel. Good afternoon, Helen. Any representatives from various schools, SciEx PTAs? Thank you for being here and joining us today. We appreciate it. It's now for time for our community student staff recognition, and we're going to come down, and I think we're going to have Mr. Kurt Marks up first, who's going to do the Stock Market Game Awards.
Okay, I'm pumped up to be here, and so we can recognize these young men. Decatur has had 13 state champions in the stock market game, and I think because of that, sometimes people think that it's easy. And what these young men have done is incredible. They defeated over 1,500 teams to become state champion. These schools, other schools, you have prep schools, you have high dollar private schools, you have magnet schools, and what they did is awesome. They took $100,000 and turned it into $171,000 in 10 weeks. And what I'm really excited about is because they're not seniors, we have the opportunity for them to compete again and again and again. And the state record is 4 state championships, also by a Stephen Decatur student, Houston Phillips. So hopefully you guys can at least equal that, if not beat it. Sorry about that. Phil Reed and Caden Ort and their families are here to get this recognition. Okay. 4 years ago, the Maryland Council on Economic Education decided to start giving out state awards for the Investorite essay. And since then, they've given out 8 state winners. And at Decatur, we've had 5 of them. And the 2 young ladies we're going to recognize today, I'm super pumped up about. One of the reasons I'm pumped up about is nobody ever won 2 state championships. And what I'm very hopeful is one of these young ladies is going to do that. So the fall winner is Sophia Ferrante. And the spring winner is Bella Candelara. And these young ladies, they were chosen out of hundreds of entries from all over the state of Maryland, and they were the 2 winners. So I think that's super impressive.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ferrante and our board members. Each year, the Maryland Society for Educational Technology presents the Outstanding Leader Using Technology Award to recognize a Maryland educator serving outside of the classroom who has made exemplary contributions to advancing educational technology. This award represents MCET's mission of promoting excellence in learning and teaching through the innovative and effective use of technology. This year's honoree has led transformative work across Worcester County Public Schools, helping schools earn Apple Distinguished School Recognition, curating one of the largest collections of artificial intelligence or AI resources for educators statewide, and guiding one of Maryland's most comprehensive approaches to artificial intelligence in K-12 schools. Beyond that, this leader has worked side by side with teachers, created customized applications for students with special needs, integrated voice tools for nonverbal learners, and become a respected voice across our state. A leader who is a visionary, compassionate, and deeply committed to ensuring every student has access to innovative, equitable opportunities through technology. It is with great honor and pleasure they announce the recipient of the 2025 Maryland Society for Educational Technology Outstanding Leader Using Technology Award to none other than Caleb Wilson.
Family photo? Family photo with your... Sure you do.
Yeah, you do. Banner's off.
Full of wonderful surprises today. So it's rare that we can pull off a surprise, but we snuck his wife in. He didn't even notice. He was questioning why his dad was here to pray twice in 1 year, and I was like, come on now, Caleb. So we're going to move on to our next presentation today. And I'm going to ask Dr. Andes and Ms. Helen Schaufstahl if you could join us up front as we do these presentations. It's my great pleasure today to officially introduce to everyone our second class of inductees into the Worcester County Public Schools Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame Recognition Program is a partnership program between the school system and the Worcester County Retired School Personnel Association, of which Dr. Andes and Mrs. Schaufstahl, who's my former social studies teacher, are a part. The recognition program was kicked off in 2022 and accepts nominations on a rolling basis with a committee reviewing nominations each spring. Just to go over some logistics, as I recognize each of our 4 inductees, I will ask them if they are present to join me here, where I will share a little bit about them and their contribution to our school system, and then we will take a photograph and invite any family and friends in attendance to join for a second photograph as well. For those inductees who are being honored posthumously, we will invite the family for a photo following my sharing a bit of them. Once we have recognized everyone, we will take a brief recess so our honorees and their families can view the Hall of Fame interactive installation, which is in our hallway and has been updated with this year's inductees. And now I am proud to recognize the following individuals as part of the class of 2025 in alphabetical order by last name. First, I'd like to invite Mr. Tom Dorman to join us here. You can stand here or there, wherever you'd love to go. Get right in the center. There you go. There you go. Put yourself right, I'll tell you right where to go. We recognize Mr. Tom Dorman in recognition of his 37 years of distinguished service to Worcester County Public Schools, where he rose through the ranks from a science teacher to assistant superintendent. A true leader and mentor, Mr. Dorman served as vice principal at both Pocomoke and Snow Hill High Schools, became the first principal of the newly opened Berlin Middle School, and later shaped system-wide programs as supervisor of pupil personnel, director of student services, and assistant superintendent of administration. Admired for his integrity, fairness, and ability to inspire colleagues and students, I also heard his humor, which isn't included here. Mr. Dorman's legacy is defined by his dedication to improving education, supporting staff, and fostering a strong sense of community. His professionalism, wisdom, and unwavering commitment left a mark on Worcester County Public Schools and continue to serve as a model for future educators and leaders. So congratulations, Mr. Dorman.
Some of you know too much. I think most of you probably know, but wife, oldest daughter, youngest daughter, grandson, granddaughter. These are the folks that kept me going when I didn't want to go. Which wasn't too often. I really enjoyed it. Some of these other folks I think I see here today were probably the reasons I did enjoy it.
Congratulations again.
Beat the hell out of my
Oh.
financial advisor.
Oh my goodness. I'm sure they'll be willing to consult for a small fee. There you go. Our next honoree is Mr. Willie Jackson, and Mr. Jackson, has passed, and so he's unable. And Miss Doris Jackson, who was going to attend today, his wife has fallen ill this morning, so she's not feeling well. So what I'd like to do as we honor Mr. Jackson is if anyone is here who worked directly with Mr. Jackson, please come up and join us again. You get 2 photos today, so please come up and join us again, and we'll take his award, and I'll make sure that that gets to Miss Doris. Next, I'm proud to recognize Mr. Willie Jackson, who dedicated more than 3 decades of exceptional leadership and service to Worcester County Public Schools. As vice principal and later principal of Pocomoke High School, Mr. Jackson guided schools through challenging times with resilience and vision before moving on to serve as supervisor of student services, where he implemented vital supports and interventions for students. As supervisor of human resources, he developed innovative teacher recruitment programs, upheld strong relationships with our associations, and mentored future leaders with integrity, patience, and compassion. Even after retiring, he returned to serve as an interim principal. So we're still accepting if you'd like to come back. We still take people back. Reflecting his unwavering commitment to education, admired as a gentle giant for his kindness, generosity, and ability to uplift others. Mr. Jackson's professional excellence, mentorship, and humanity have left a lasting legacy on Worcester County Public Schools staff and students alike. So while he's no longer with us, we appreciate that we have other folks who've worked with him today. So let's honor Mr. Jackson. Not any money or anything hidden in it. It's just a piece of paper. So, next, I'd like to honor Mrs. Gwen Lehman. So, if you would come forward, please. She is being honored for 47 years of exceptional service as an educator, mentor, and community leader whose impact reached far beyond the classroom. A former Worcester County Teacher of the Year and Melkin Educator Award winner, she pioneered innovative programs such as nationally recognized Silent Reading Initiative and the establishment of the first theater curriculum taught as an academic subject. Gwen's legacy is marked not only by her passion for teaching English, psychology, and theater, but also by her unwavering dedication to empowering students and colleagues, many of whom credit her with inspiring their own careers. Through her leadership in professional associations, her founding of the Gwen Lehman Foundation, and her tireless contributions to the local arts and education communities, she has left her mark on generations of learners and educators. So congratulations. Yeah, we'll get one without him, and then we'll get him in here. We'll use Hamilton. Jill will take a picture for you. And Phil.
I cannot tell you how much Phil Cropper, as a student of mine, helped me with my theater program and continued to help me when he went to culinary arts school. And he's so persuasive that one time we were having a banquet after our Shakespeare Under the Stars, and Phil called and said, "How can I help?" And he got the entire baking class at his culinary institute to bake a whole bunch of cakes for me and bring it down to the banquet after. And he's helped me most of my life, actually. So I was fortunate to have Phil by my side.
And our final inductee, Mr. Ferrante is gonna take his wife our plaque, and then we'll come over for photos. I'd like to next honor the last inductee into the Hall of Fame, class of 2025, Dr. Frank Rufo. A visionary leader, Dr. Rufo was superintendent of Worcester County Public Schools during a pivotal period of change, taking the helm in 1978, shortly after school integration. He raised expectations for student achievement and defined the diploma as the beginning of lifelong learning and opportunity. Bringing fresh ideas and high professional standards from a larger district, Dr. Rufo guided WCPS to become what State Superintendent Dr. Nancy Grasmick once said, Maryland's hidden gem. Known for his quiet strength, compassion, and humor, he fostered innovation in curriculum and facilities, strengthened ties between the Board of Education and county commissioners, and was deeply engaged in local organizations, building trust and ensuring schools served every child with equity and excellence. His legacy is one of progress, community connection, and unwavering dedication to students and teachers alike. Dr. Rufo has passed away, but his family is here today to accept the plaque on his behalf. Do the updated installation in the hallway, and then we'll return back for our regularly scheduled board meeting, which will be equally as exciting. So please come back.
So we're going to resume right now. It's time for public comments, individuals. Any individuals who've signed up to speak on the to address the Worcester County Board of Education may do so for 1 or 2 minutes regarding information, accommodations, or concerns which may need future board attention. Concerns that are specific to an individual will not be discussed in open session and should be directed to appropriate district personnel for investigation. When you're called to address the board, you please state your name and address for the record. We have no one signed up, but I always ask, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, we'll move forward. And now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Shorts for the curriculum and instructional report. Oh, we do have a proclamation. My bad, I didn't see it in here. We have a proclamation for, first it's going to be the school lunch, and I'm going to have Mr. Smack read that proclamation.
Yep, please.
It's National School Lunch Week. Sorry, Mr. Smack, go ahead.
National School Lunch Week, October 13th to 17, 2025. Whereas the National School Lunch Program plays an important role in helping to ensure that every child in the nation is ready to learn. Because of hunger or an unnourished child, they're less likely to be eager or attentive student. And whereas the National School Lunch Program has demonstrated commitment to our children's health and well-being, serving nutritious meals that are balanced for the vitamins and calories which supports healthy eating patterns. And whereas Worcester County, all 14 public schools participated in the National School Lunch Program, directly supporting students' success. And whereas the success of this effort is due largely to resourceful and creative local school services administrators, managers, and staff workers in cooperation with parents, teachers, community groups, government personnel, and students. Therefore, be it resolved that October 13 to 17, 2025 be proclaimed as National School Lunch Week, a time to celebrate the importance of a program that keeps students nourished so they can learn. Be that further resolved at this proclamation be made as a part of the minutes of Board of Education adopted this 16th day of September 2025. Signed by Tide Ferranti, Worcester County Board of Education, Annette Wallace, Superintendent of Schools.
Thank you, Mr. Smack. I'd now like to ask Otis Collins, who does not only a terrific job running our school lunch program, but he runs the largest restaurant in Worcester County. Come on up here and receive a proclamation. Mr. Collins, thank you for all that you and your staff do for our school system. We appreciate it. And now for another appreciation and proclamation, we have Community School Liaisons Appreciation Week, and I'm going to ask Dr. Andes to read that.
Thank you, Mr. Ferranti. Community School Liaisons Appreciation Week, September 14th to September 20th, 2025. Whereas community schools provide integrated student supports, expanded learning opportunities, active family and community engagement, use collaborative leadership and strategic practices to improve outcomes for students, families, and the community. Whereas community school liaisons are the key to successful community schools, creating, strengthening, and maintaining the bridge between the school and community. Whereas community school liaisons facilitate and provide leadership for the collaborative process and development of a continuum of services for children, families, and community members within a school neighborhood. Whereas Worcester County Public Schools has 6 community school liaisons who work diligently to create and manage the partnerships that allow all of our students to learn and our communities to thrive. Whereas community school liaisons, through their role, deliver a strong monetary return on investment for community schools and their communities, with studies citing a return of $7 for every dollar invested in the salary of a community school liaison. And whereas Worcester County Public Schools is joining a National Community School Coordinators Appreciation Week with the Institute for Educational Leadership Coalition for Community Schools to celebrate and lift up the work across the country. Now therefore be it resolved that the Worcester County Board of Education proclaims the week of September 14th to 20th, 2025 as Community School Liaison Appreciation Week to honor the community school liaisons' diligent work to serve our students, our families, and our communities. Signed by Todd A. Ferrante, President of the Worcester County Board of Education, and Dr. Annette Wallace, Superintendent of Schools. And I believe that Ms. Lauren Williams is here to accept the proclamation.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Anderson. That's wonderful. We'd like to have them come up as well.
How many of you are Worcester County Public School graduates? Okay. What about you, Carlton? Oh gosh, I'm sorry. We won't hold it against you. But look, 2 of our people are homegrown, which is great to have.
You'll hold this up, Lauren, and have them stand.
How many people from Snow Hill? You're good. We'll find a window after you guys get set. Keisha and I are going to be in the same spot. I'll be here. Okay. I think I can see. Yeah, I got everybody.
Congratulations.
Thank you guys for all you do.
Okay, thank you. And now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Shorts for the curriculum and instruction report.
Before she starts, I'm just going to quickly share with the board. We have done a lot of thinking about board presentations, and we had a format that sort of allowed a lot of different flexibility, and we wanted to be a little bit more purposeful. So what we've been doing is, as we've been visiting schools, and I would say that probably in the first 11 days of school, I think we've been in a school, someone on the executive team every single day, which is our goal. I don't think we've missed a day of being in a school between the 5 of us. But what we've tried to do is highlight bright spots for you and things that as people are watching our board meetings, not only you can be educated about specific bright spots, but they are things that we could take forward, other schools can see, and other districts who are watching can potentially take and model after this. So we were so impressed in one of our opening meetings with Ocean City. I won't take away Ms. Short's thunder because she's going to share about it. But I just want to commend this Ocean City Elementary School team before they even go on what you're getting ready to see. And without further ado, Ms. Shorts will do all the introductions.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Wallace. And as she said, Ocean City is our first presentation this year, the first no pressure. No, none. And I think you're going to be very impressed. As you know, Ocean City Elementary for a very long time has come back as one of the top performing schools in Maryland. And one of the things that Mrs. Smith and her staff shared with us, it was the beginning of the school year when Dr. Wallace and the exec team met with her. And actually, I think we were wrapping up, and she was like, you know, I just really want to share something that we do that I think makes us so on target and so successful at the beginning of the year are the data dives that we do in the summer. And it was extremely impressive, and we thought this would be a great way to start our board meetings off with schools, just sharing the really excellent lens that they put into working with their staff over the summer and the data that they give to their teachers to make sure that their kids start right off successful each school year as they transition to a new grade level. So Mrs. Smith, I know you're going to introduce your helper, which is your right arm, left arm, all of your arms when it comes time, but we're very happy that you agreed to share and very proud of the work that you do. So thank you. And I know that our next presentation is going to be around MCAP data, and you'll see again that Ocean City Elementary does not disappoint. So welcome, and thank you for sharing again.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Wallace and Mr. Ferrante, for having us. Thank you so much. This is, I want to introduce Mrs. Julie Justice. She is one of my arms. I think my assistant principal is one, and Mrs. Justice is the other. She is the curriculum resource teacher, or CRT, at Ocean City Elementary. And so, to be quite honest, we could probably stand here for the entire afternoon and talk to you about what we're going to try and talk to you about in just a few minutes, because this is something that we spend so much time on that we could talk about it for hours. And so what, we're just going to dive in right away. We're doing things a little differently this time. Instead of having all of our presentation up there, you're going to have it in front of you, because this is where the information lands. This is where our information is. So we're going to start here, and then we have some other information for you as well. But what Mrs. Justice is passing out to you, and we're just sharing because this is just kind of a glimpse, what Mrs. Justice is passing out to you, these are called our data binders. Teachers get these at the end of the school year. They get blank copies of these pages, and they complete a page, the front page that you'll see. They complete those for every student in their classroom. And that information gets completed, and along with that is some iReady information that they print out from the end of the year iReady scores. They might put in some additional notes that might help the teacher in the beginning of the year. And then we collect these, we sort them in the summer for classes, and we put them together for teachers to come in the summer. Every grade level has a summer day, and this is what the teacher gets when they arrive to our summer PD day. So I'm going to let Mrs. Justice talk a little bit more about it, and then we'll kind of move on from where this is to another piece.
Thank you. So Mrs. Smith kind of touched on what is in the binders themselves. So during our summer PD days, we give the teachers these data binders. We give them the opportunity to go through the data that is presented for each of their students. And you'll notice as you go through, there are printouts from iReady. There's also a writing sample, and a lot of additional information like, were the students invited to Summer Academy? Has the PIP process been started for these students? Were they in attendance concerns? So lots of very valuable information for teachers. So you can actually see in the very front pocket of the binders, there are samples of the teachers' note catchers. So after we give them the opportunity to look through those data packs in the binders, we have them start taking notes about what they're noticing and what they're observing about their students. And once they've completed those note catchers, we actually share a few additional layers of data with them as well. So Mrs. Smith is going to pass out a couple examples of things that we share in the summer. So the very first page in that pack, and there is a little information at the very top, is of course, we give our 3rd and 4th grade teachers their MCAP data from the previous school year so that they know how their students did. But more importantly, we give our 4th grade teachers their incoming student data as well. And what's included in that is where we've already identified bubble students. So those bubble students are those that may be within 5 points of increasing a performance level, or they may be within 5 points of dropping a performance level. So once the teachers look at this information, they then add information to that note catcher, whether they highlight or make a note about those students. But they want to make sure that they know these are kids that need just a little extra push. Whether which direction it's in, we just want to make sure that all of our students can meet the best of their ability. So then the second sheet in your packet provides teachers with information about our interventions. So we spend a lot of time dibbling kids. We've made that a verb in our building. And so through dibbles, we gain a lot of very valuable information. But something that we do every summer is we actually identify emergency, caution, and then keep on the radar kiddos. So those students that are emergency, based on dibbles, they are tier 3, so they require tier 3 intervention. So beginning the 3rd week of school, we start a mini cycle of interventions to kind of fill that gap until we have our beginning of year iReady data so that the students are getting what they need from the very beginning. Our caution students are those students who are below benchmark, so they're not quite making the progress that they need. So we're just keeping them in our mind and in our focus. And then the last section is that keep on the radar, and those are the kiddos that may have been successful in the end of year DIBELS assessment, but they've shown some inconsistencies throughout the school year. So they're kids that we just want to continue to monitor throughout the year. And you'll also notice that on that sheet, we color code the kiddos. So what we've done is we keep this sheet from year to year, and we look at each of our kids. If they are in green, that means they increased at least one level in our categories, that emergency, caution, and keep on the radar. If they're in yellow, it means that they maintained that same category. If they're in red, that means that they fell at least a category. So we want to keep track of that as well to see, are the students making the progress that they need to make during interventions. And the final sheet in that packet, there's more. All of our students in 3rd and 4th grade, if they fall below the 50th percentile in iReady, they have to be WISTed, another verb that we use now. They're given the word identification and spelling test. And so based on the results of that WIST assessment, we are able to place kiddos in a few different intervention groups. We have OG+, we have Wilson Reading System, and then we also have Just Words in 4th grade. All three phenomenal programs, and we've seen a lot of success with our students. So when our teachers come in the summer, our 4th grade teachers, they already know exactly the students that are going to be in each of those intervention groups, who they're going to be with, and so then our classroom teachers are really able to focus on the kids in Tier 1 and Tier 2 and what they're going to do and the plans they're going to make for them in the classroom. So as Mrs. Smith said, there's more. We do have a lot of other additional data points that we share. We could be here all day telling you about them. But as you can see, with the multiple and varied data sources that we use, our classroom teachers really get a comprehensive picture of our kids academically before they even step foot in the classroom. So that one-stop shop, that note catcher in the front, really gives them a lot of information about their kiddos before they even walk in the room. And it also allows them to maximize that instructional time from the very first day of school. So I'm going to pass it back over to Mrs. Smith.
Thank you, Mrs. Justice. So in addition to what Mrs. Justice said, so we asked the teachers to keep those forms that you have, those note catchers, on their desks, and that is supposed to help them, as Mrs. Justice was starting to allude to, how they can set up their desks, how they should sit on the carpet together, how they will plan for math menu, a starting point for 100 book. It leads teachers across the board with how they should be beginning their classroom. We start interventions at Ocean City on Monday. We started them what's today? Yeah. Tuesday? What? Yesterday. We started yesterday. Intervention started yesterday, before even the beginning of the year iReady, and that's where this data comes from. So before they leave their summer meeting that day, intervention groups are ready. The 10 teachers that will be working in every grade level, we just pull from everywhere. The time that they'll be working, who will be working with whom, what they'll be doing, and where. So that is done before they leave that summer meeting with us. So we can get started on September 15th with math menu, which is where we can really plug in some math intervention as well as reading intervention. So I think that brings us to the end. Again, that's a nutshell, because we could probably be here, not probably, we could be here for hours, because not only are we both passionate about this, but we just absolutely think that our teachers are such rock stars when it comes to taking this on. They embrace it, they use it, they talk about it. So it's been really great. The teachers are really on board with all of this. So thank you so much for having us. Can I answer any questions, or can we answer any questions?
Board members, do you have any questions?
I just need to say thank you. Honestly, when we talk about trying to reach all kids, this is it. I'm in awe. As a teacher, I'm looking through all this stuff going, wow, okay. And the kids that were able to develop over the year and increase their scores and get to where they needed to be, I mean, that's what it's all about. But sometimes we don't quite approach it that way. So thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Andes?
I just want to say thank you. As a former teacher, it's very valuable when you walk in the classroom the very first day and know where your kids are.
Thank you.
So thank you for your work during the summer. Thank you for putting this project together. And thank you to the teachers who are working each and every day to make a difference for their students. And this allows them to make that difference. And I have Miss Foreman's binder, and she's a terrific teacher.
She sure is. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board members? Just want to say thank you again. I mean, it's, when you're able to zero in on this information, it's really invaluable for students so that you can help them in the areas where they're deficient in or they might be weaker in. So it's a terrific tool, and we thank you for showing it to us today. Thank you so much.
Do you want to collect that? I can't stand
Yeah.
You can put all the sheets back in the binder.
Thank you guys so much. We appreciate you sharing. That's about making us all better, sharing what we do.
I have a quick question. This
Oh,
isn't
I'm
really
sorry.
geared
Yeah.
towards them. I always like to ask this when we see something that's being run successfully at a school. Is it being implemented at our other schools as well, or are we in the process of getting it implemented, or where are we at
Right.
with that?
Yes. So that's a great question. I would say all schools have different variations of this. I feel like where Ocean City might be a little bit ahead of some schools is when they begin it in the summer with the summer PD, and I think that's something that Dr. Wallace and Dr. Record and I were really like, this is wonderful that we're starting it so soon. We're not waiting for back to school days or PLCs or faculty meetings once school starts. So I think that's something that we really wanted to highlight today as something that we feel like all schools need to be doing more summer work around this. So great question, and I don't know if Dr. Wallace or Dr. Record want to add on to that, but we definitely are data-driven, but this was a definite eye-opening early start to looking at data this way.
Yeah, I think our vision is that they share this at their levels meeting, and then we come together and decide on really a district-wide best practice for exactly sort of what we want to look like, while giving our schools still the leverage to own the process a little bit. And then that we take it a step further, and that as Julie's kids go on to BIS, because we had some of this conversation with her, that this same type of thing continues to follow the student, and we continue to give them that robust information from grades 4 to 5. And in Pocomoke and Snow Hill, when they have that binder or whatever, it looks like that carries with them from grades 3 to 4, because that's where we see those dips. And Dr. Andes, we've had a lot of conversation over time about that. At the north end, it's that transition time between 4th and 5th, which makes it look like that's our issue because there's a larger amount of kids. In our Pocomoke and Snow Hill areas, it's the transition from 3 to 4 when they change schools. So we think that this is going to be one of the answers to, and some other solutions we have that we're going to put into place, but one of the answers that we have to elevating our scores.
I just think it's a great approach to doing it, just because I think it helps the teachers in the long run too. There's always, my brother, he's a pre-K teacher, and he wouldn't be awarded this possibility because all the kids are new. But I feel like it's such a great thing to be able to do for the teachers, because it takes away that level of surprise, or I don't even want to use the word anxiety, but it helps to understand who your students are before they even enter the classroom, and I just think it's a great approach. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Ms. Schwartz.
Yes. So our next presentation is another one of our favorites during the year. It is our presentation of our MCAP scores, and we have a new person joining us this year. As you know, or you may not remember, we had Rebecca Henderson, who was our data analysis person that was with us a very long time, 25 some years, and she moved on to retirement this year, and Dr. Hamill moved over to that part of her position, but he took his research hat with him. He just wouldn't let go of that research hat, which we're very happy for. And that opened up his LAC job, Local Accountability Coordinator job, and we have a new person joining us, Jen McDowell, who has 25 years of experience in Worcester County Public Schools as a classroom teacher, as a reading coach, and we're very, very happy to welcome her on board as LAC, and they make just a wonderful team together. So today, you might have already looked in your board docs for presentation, but they're going to share our wonderful scores again this year, and then Tom's going to put his researcher hat and go a little deeper into the weeds around where we are in the state around some poverty data and some great information around that. So welcome both of you, and Dr. Record and I are going to join them at the table.
Good afternoon. So my first slide here is a little bit of background at the scores that we're about to.
Is that mic on? Is it turned on up? There we go. Okay, thank you.
Closer.
Just want to make sure we're
Real
speaking
close.
to.
Okay. So, our students are provided a scale score on the MCAP test that they take, and this allows for the achievement across different tests and forms, even across different school years within the same grade level. So as you can see, I've provided an example here. Our students are given the scale score, which then is put into a performance level of 1, 2, 3, or 4. As you can see across all grade levels, a scale score of 750 on a grade 5 ELA assessment indicates the same level of understanding whether a student took one version of this year or a different version last year. So it allows us to look at growth across the years. The performance level allows teachers to know where their students are in college and career readiness, in that readiness for the next grade level. If a student is given a performance level of a 1, they have not yet demonstrated proficiency on the assessment, and it allows the teacher to know that they are going to require significant academic support. If they receive a performance level of a 2, these students are showing partial proficiency at that grade level, and they're going to need additional support as well. The scores that we're going to be looking at on the next couple of slides are our students who have scored a performance level of a 3 or a 4. A performance level of a 3 allows us to know that our students are on grade level considered to track for college and career readiness. The score of a 4 indicates that advanced proficiency, that those students are well prepared, and that's where our teachers will come in and give them that differentiation and be able to push our students with that score of a 4. So the next couple of slides are going to be the percentage of students who scored a 3 or a 4, that scale score of above a 750. The scale score of the 750 also allows us to look at students, as Ocean City told us that they call our bubble students. In Worcester County last year, we had 39% of students score within 10 points of that 750 scale score. So we know that there are 39% of our students that were so close that if our teachers are provided this, they'll be able to watch those students, and our goal is to move those. Our first slide is the proficient rate in grades 3 through 10 of ELA. This is a comparison of Worcester County to the state, and as you can see, Worcester County in all grade levels of the ELA assessment are outperforming the state. The next slide is our growth and percentage of proficient for grades 3 through 10 from the years of 2022 to 2025. So you can see how students are performing in Worcester County across the years in each grade level. We do have results from 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025. A good comparison.
Can we ask questions in the middle or wait till the end?
Yeah.
I was just curious, why 5th grade is it significantly less than the other grades?
As you can see, also in the state comparison, we are seeing that dip across 5th grade in the state. And as Dr. Wallace mentioned, especially at the northern end, that is that transition year in our schools, so it's something that we are focusing on.
Yeah, and I'll speak specifically to that because over time we've had a lot of conversation in our district about that, and obviously there's something going on there, right? Because it's not just us, but we believe, and we're going to do some innovative things. Like looping potentially in our schools that we believe is going to eliminate that, because we really personally, I think even at the state level, I think it's a expectations gap that happens when students leave one school and go to the next, because across the state they're leaving elementary schools at grade 4 typically and they're going to grade 5, and I think it's an expectations gap. We see the same sort of dip when we leave grade 8 and we go to high school, and so it's a matter, and we talked about this yesterday, yes, when we were doing our instructional walks, and thank you to some of our coordinators who were here. Every Monday morning we're doing instructional walks after our meeting. But we were discussing this and discussing what potential things that we could do and the rigor of what we were seeing. And one of our coordinators was like, I think when Dr. Andes was here, not to brag on him, but I think when Dr. Andes was the superintendent and Dr. Walker was one of our CAOs or in charge of instruction, Dee was talking about they brought teachers from the high school, from the middle school down into that lower grade level to see the rigor, because if you, and I invite any of you to join us, if we were walking through grades 5 and 6 yesterday, and the rigor of the curriculum would just blow you away. And the kids were achieving. So I really do believe it's an expectations gap of when Todd leaves me and goes on to Mr. Gordy's class. I think little Todd, Mr. Gordy just doesn't know all the things Todd can do. And so and Todd's like, I don't remember. Like every teacher in the room knows. They come to you and they're like, I never learned that. And you're like, okay, well, I guess they didn't learn it. So we're going to do some working backwards with our teachers so that they know, like, when a student leaves and goes to somebody else, exactly what grade, like where they were, so that they aren't kind of tricking us, I'm sure your kids at home probably have told you the same thing. They'd be like, no, I never learned that at school. And you're like, you brought home 15 papers on that. I'm pretty sure you did. So that's what we think it is, and we have a plan of attack.
I actually, when I transitioned from the classroom into literacy coach and traveled through the schools, I had students that said they had never written an argumentative essay before, and they had done it in my classroom. So they are doing it, and they are trying to trick our teachers. I know for a fact. This slide here looks at our MCAP ELA cohort data. So we're looking at students in Worcester County compared to students in the state that took the test in grade 3, spring of 2022. This is those same students that took the test in spring 2023 for ELA 4, ELA 5, spring 2024, and then ELA 6, spring 2025. Again, we are still outperforming the state with those cohorts moving through the years as well. As you saw as well in our updates, we are still performing #1 in the state of Maryland at 68.5% proficiency. We are the highest performing district in the state of Maryland in ELA.
Which one?
We are. Worcester County Public Schools. We are #1 in the state. And as you can see, if we break it down into the test even deeper, each grade level, we are still first in the state, except for ELA 5 and ELA 10. Frederick County was the first in ELA 5, and Calvert County was the first in ELA 10. So we do have some work to do in those grade levels.
I'll share with the board that Calvert County was the first in ELA 10 last year, only because I sat at the same table with the superintendent. We kind of gave each other the stare down, so we're going to make sure that we up that, and I think you'll see differences in grade 5 next year with some of our strategies.
So highlights for ELA, we are #1 overall in the state for proficient students. We do continue to outperform the state in all grade levels, except for that 5th and 10th grade. We have a positive impact of our My Perspective materials. As you look across the grades, we have implemented this new curriculum. I'd say it's about 6 years now. And we've seen a great growth in that with that curriculum and our scores. WCPS also leads the state in farms percentage points by 9.6%, and our Title I students are leading the state by 13.6 percentage points against all other Title I students across the state. And Dr. Hamill will share more about that. Moving forward with ELA, because we do know that we have some things to work on, we have a continued focus on our early literacy screening to identify and remediate students at risk of not being proficient in literacy. We also have them maintain focus on increasing literacy achievement via the school improvement process using the dynamic impact approach. A lot of schools came together this summer, looked at their goals, have set goals and action steps looking at data. We have an ongoing emphasis on having all teachers trained in the science of reading, and this year we've actually added implementation training in the science of learning with our teachers as well. We have an improved monitoring of the MTSS process, our plans for success to ensure that we are meeting the needs of our Tier 3 students through effective interventions, and continued use of curriculum-embedded PLCs to support teachers with internalizing their high-quality instructional materials and implementing with integrity. Moving on to math. We, again, continue to outperform the state in all grade levels. Math 3, Math 4, Math 5, Math 6, Math 7, and Math 8. This is also the growth over the years. So looking at the years that we've been taking this test and the data that we have from 2022 to 2025 across those years at each grade level. Looking at that cohort data, you can see students that took Math 3 in the spring of 2022, their performance on Math 4, then Math 5, and Math 6 across the years. Compared to the state, we are still outperforming the state. We were also #1 in the state in our proficiency performance in math across all other districts.
And I just wanted to pause there because if you remember last year, Ms. Shorts and I told you that we were #2 in the state in mathematics last year, and we promised that we would be #1. So
We are.
we're going to do a little celebration with cupcakes or something later for everyone in our district who crushed it, and we're now #1. So we were #2 last year.
That's great. Also, looking across the state as well, we are first performing in all grade levels. We were second to Howard County in Math 5 and Math 6. So, still outperforming. The highlights, again, we are #1 overall in state proficiency. We do continue to outperform the state in all grade levels, but looking at that 5th and 6th grade, we were just second. We're going to be first next year. Again, we also lead the state in farms percentage points by 10%, and Title I students from Worcester County are leading the state by 27 percentage points against other Title I students across the state. Math moving forward, we are also continuing maintaining our focus with that school improvement process. A continued use of structured PLCs with a special focus on unpacking curriculum and standards. And our coaches are working a lot with our teachers on analyzing student work and that formative assessment to help move them forward. We also have in mathematics a continued focus on fidelity to the instructional framework. Our mathematics block is broken up into a main lesson where our students receive rigorous supportive Tier 1 on grade level instruction for all students. And then we take some time in the math menu time where we are able to focus on remediation, practice and enrichment, as well as small group instruction led by the teacher. And this is where the differentiated instruction is happening to meet the student needs in order to accelerate learning.
All right, so I think over the last couple of years I've done this sort of analysis where I've taken a look at poverty and how we compare to other schools with regards to poverty, and it's based upon a simple truism that poorer schools perform less well, have lower levels of proficiency across the entire country than schools with less levels of poverty. So more poverty, less performance, less poverty, higher performance. And you can give me 2 poverty rates, and I'm going to be able to tell you with pretty good accuracy which school is probably performing better. Okay, so it's one of those continuous conundrums within education. It shouldn't matter, and yet it does show up in the data time and time again. So I wanted to look at, so I actually built this based upon 3 years worth of state level data. So all of the dots are basically a school and assessment combination. So you might have Pocomoke Middle School 4th grade, Pocomoke Middle School 5th grade, and each one of them have their own dots. The red line is an indication of where we would predict the school would fall based upon their level of poverty. The sort of pink area is, I'm going to get a little mathy here, forgive me, but it's 1 standard deviation outside of that range. And basically, what you would expect is about 70% or so of schools to fall within that band, okay? So somewhere within that band. So when we overlay just our schools, and these are the blue X's, you can see Worcester County Public Schools are, in almost every case, well above not only the prediction line, but also one standard deviation. In some cases, I don't even know, that's probably 4 or 5 standard deviations, which really gets into outlier territory for some of those blue dots there closer to the top. You will see that there are a couple of dots that are below the line, just barely. Those are actually high school Algebra 1, and high school, and they're all high school Algebra 1, and if you're familiar with the way Algebra 1 is run in the state, you have the middle schools and you have the high schools, and the score differentials between the two is huge, and so it skews the data a little bit when you're looking at it.
Because our 8th graders.
Yeah, and I'm going to show you here in just a moment some level specific to give you a better idea of where our high schools stand. So this is elementary. So this is, again, all the elementary schools. One of you might notice, and you might say to yourself, Tom, last year it was a straight line instead of a curved line. And the reason for that is because with 3 years of data, I've been able to determine that there's sort of this area of 20 to 70% poverty that seems to be where it's going to have the most effect. Like, there's not much difference between 70 and 80% poverty, but there's a fairly big difference between 60 and 70% poverty when you start looking at the performance rates of schools. And so instead of using a linear model, I used a quadratic model in order to try and capture that curve. And you can see that represented here in the data. And again, all but one of our schools falls outside of one standard deviation based upon our poverty. And I have to stop for a second because when I look at this, I've looked at a lot of data over the course of my career, and I look at this data and I don't understand it because it shouldn't be possible. You would expect outliers. You would expect 1, 2, 3, right? But to have the quantity of scores that we have at the level that we have with the poverty that we have in the schools that we have, we should be, there is no reason for us to be performing as high as we are other than what we're doing, right? I mean, it is, I don't know why the national media isn't saying, oh my God, what is going on here, and coming in and asking us, right? They should, because it is, from a statistical point of view, it's just, it's nearly, it's very improbable, right? So we're doing the improbable in Worcester County. It doesn't mean that there aren't gaps. There's certainly gaps. When you look at our farm students' pass rates versus our non-farm students, there are definitely gaps there, right? But when you look overall, we should not be performing as well as we do.
I said this last year, I'm going to say it again, because our kids and our staff and our leaders are unicorns. And when you find a unicorn, like, it's a mystical creature, and other people should be paying attention. And that's one of the purpose of making sure that our presentation, so that, because we also don't want to keep the secret to ourselves, right? We have other things we need to fix and adjust. But Tom, I get excited when you're showing these, because, you know, I was like texting Tom, when are these charts going to be ready? He's like, I'm working on reports for the state. So thank you for all, because look at these charts and think how much time Tom has spent on it. This is every school and every assessment in the whole state of Maryland. So thank you also, and thank you to everybody who's put in the work for this.
So this is our middle schools, all of them above the that curve for one standard deviation, just killing it. And then our high schools as well. When you just look at the high schools across the state and you just look at that math, so basically Algebra 1, our Algebra 1 students at the high school level are performing above where we would expect based upon the levels of poverty. I also did this basically for ELA. Kind of an interesting thing. I don't know exactly why it is. We could hypothesize if you want, but the curve is not quite as steep. The effect of poverty for ELA is not quite as much as it is for math, and I would kind of expect the opposite to be the case, but at least according to our state data. And some of that might have to do with the way that the assessments are structured themselves, but we can talk about that afterwards if you'd like. So here's the Worcester County Public Schools superimposed on top of that, and math is just, I'm sorry, ELA, again, I look at it and I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't run the numbers myself 3 or 4 times. I would assume somebody was juicing their numbers. I saw this and I would assume that there's some sort of funny, what is it, the Mark Twain quote, I think it is, they're liars, lies, and darn statistics, right? And I would figure it would be a case like that. But it's not. I mean, and I encourage anybody to look at the data and tell me that I'm actually wrong, and we can have that conversation. But it's just, it leaves me speechless whenever I look at it. And, elementary level, same story. Middle school, same story. High school, same story, right? Across the board, our schools are outperforming their poverty levels. We are out over our skis. Now, one thing that I had a little bit of a late minute inspiration today. So I put this has been dropped, or I've asked Dawn to put this into the board docs folder. It might not be there yet. But basically, I've also created these graphics so that they are, you can actually go in, and I'll see if I can zoom in here. So you can actually look at which school and LEA each one of these dots represents, right? So if you want to go in and, I don't know, Frost Elementary in Allegheny County, right? Not calling them out or anything, but 38% poverty, 76% proficiency. And our dots are all colored. Yeah. So and each school has its own color, right? So you can go ahead and poke around and sort of see what you can see there. And I have it for both math and for ELA, right? So it should, you double click on it, open up in your browser. If it doesn't, we'll figure it out. Again, it's the first time I've tried to do something like this, but I think to me, it just, again, for those of you who really want to dig in, like I am really curious, like what's going on here at the Academy of Health Science at Prince George's County, right?
There's your answer.
I mean, that's pretty impressive right there, right? But yeah, I mean, those are the questions that I like to try to be able to answer. So, okay, so I think questions.
I don't really have a question, but I do really like that last chart that you put up. Are you making that available to the public? And if so, can you explain how people can get there?
Well, I literally made it this morning, so I had that same thought. I had talked to Carrie about it, or anyone else, but it is an HTML file, and so theoretically it could be put up on a website. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Just wanted everyone to know where they can
absolutely.
find it.
Absolutely.
Mr. Buchanan?
Have we thought about a professional journal article to get the information out there to nationwide rather than just the state for recognition for what Worcester County's doing?
Yeah, I have definitely thought about it. We run into some issues with IRB, like trying to navigate, because we're not a university, and so we would have to have a partner university in order to go through IRB, unless we were doing like just a simple white paper. And in that case, yeah, absolutely, it's something that we could look into a little bit further. Yeah. I actually did. She didn't return my call. Yeah.
Dr. Andes.
Thank you for this excellent presentation and overview and the deep dive down into the data. So what are our challenges?
I think fifth grade is certainly our challenge. I think that when you look at the data, there are gaps. I mean, we have our farm students not performing as well as our non-farm students. We have our African American, basically our non-white students not performing as well as our white students. There are definitely areas where I look at the data and I'm like, that's, hey, these kids are doing better than their compatriots across the state, but they're still not doing as well as the other kids, and we need to fix that. I think fifth grade, as you identified, is one of those areas. I have a pair of fifth graders at home, and I'm a little concerned about this year. I'm a little terrified. That 11-year-old range is something else. But I think when I look at the data, I'm very heartened by our poverty numbers. I feel very good about the work that we're doing. But to me, the work isn't done. It's so far from being done because we still have those gaps. And if we can figure out how to get rid of those gaps, Oprah really will come here and probably give us all a car too, okay? Because those gaps they are as old as education itself. And it's a tragedy But it is what it is. And so we are trying to find our way past that, figure out ways to get around that, to subvert that.
I am so impressed. I'm sorry, go ahead. Whoops. I'm so impressed. And I have to ask this question. The rest of the state has got to see this also? Anybody reached out to find out what our success, why our success?
You might have noticed this year that the chart, usually it's ranked, the chart that the state releases is usually, in every year past, has been the top district at the top and then going downwards. This year they did it alphabetically, right? Don't know why they did that. They could have had a really good reason for that, right? But, you know, part of me has got to be like, yeah, maybe they got tired of seeing Worcester at the top all the time. So now we're at the bottom, even though we have the highest score. So
I will share, and I think it's safe enough to share, that I have received an invitation to speak in front of the state board. I shared it with our board president and vice president. I'm going to be taking our team. They wanted to hear us and about what we're doing, so we will be doing that in December. I think the meeting maybe is like December 9th. Dawn and I had the wrong date in our head. We thought it was December 4th. Don't even know where we came up. But I believe that my team will be traveling up there. I'm not doing it. It was an invitation to me, but I'm taking our team because this has been a team effort. So we will be presenting this information and you know, a more comprehensive presentation to the state board in December, and so that'll be a good opportunity for us. But I also wanted to respond to Dr. Andy's question of this is why why we have to know every single kid by name and by strength and by need, and what Ocean City presented to you today is a model that our schools are using, but we need to fine tune that model. And so when you know that little Carrie is struggling, or you know that little Jody is a high achiever, knowing exactly right out of the gate, like Ocean City is, starting interventions today, whether you're a lower on the lower end of performance or on the higher end, giving them exactly what they need. And I will tell you that if you look at the slides and you look at performance, you probably notice that each year it looks like kids are performing a little bit lower, because what's happening is we're losing those bubble kids along the way, because the standards keep getting harder and harder. And that kid that's hanging on in 5th grade, the standards get elevated a little bit more, and we're missing, I almost want to say like we're missing like catching that gear quick enough, like in a car. Like that's the way I equate it to. And so making sure that we're all calibrated so that all of our cylinders are firing at the right pace at the right time. And when we get all kids reading on grade level by grade 3, this data will look different, because those kids will be stronger readers leaving elementary school, and it will make our data even stronger. So, you know, when you go back to what's our plan, it's every single kid. It's every single percentage point that is equated to a kid on that data that got us away from 100%. So.
Any other board members? Dr. Andes?
At some point in time, if you could share the report that parents receive, so that we would understand what information parents are receiving and in what format they receive it, and then what do we do with that data. It doesn't have to be now. If you want it to be now, it can, but I would
get that for you.
I would like to see what parents receive and the information that parents receive, because parents are our partners in this process.
Yes.
And last thing is, thank you for beating Howard County Public Schools, because my 2 grandsons attend Howard County Public Schools, and I love to text our daughter and say, you know, we beat Howard once again, so thank you.
The individual parent reports will be going home between this week and next week, so we'll make sure we share that with you and the information that we provide.
Tom and Jen, I just want to thank both you and your team for putting this information together. It's an incredible presentation. We always look forward to hearing it. I know it takes a lot of time and effort on your part to do it, but the information is invaluable. It's invaluable for our kids, for our staff, and for our parents as well. I always say education starts at home, and that's a part of the puzzle that we don't really have control over necessarily, but maybe we can get into helping somehow in the future with that, and helping the parents be more of a part of it, because that's really sometimes where it starts. So, but thank you for what you've done, and keep bringing us the good news. So. Ms. Schwartz, I'm staying with you for the blueprint update.
All right, so I will round off the curriculum report with my blueprint update. And as you know, October 7th, we are heading to Annapolis at the Department of Legislative Services to give our 3-hour meeting with the AIB. And we did get some updated information about that just today. Just a reminder about that it is around all 5 pillars, and it is our update for the year around how we're doing with our blueprint and where we are with that. We did find out today that the people that will be there from the AIB are Britt Kerwin will be there, and we're all aware of who Dr. Kerwin is. Justin Robinson, who I'm not sure exactly who that person is from the AIB, and Robin Werner will also be a board member that will be listening to our 3-hour presentation and asking questions. Also, Rachel Heiss will be there as the executive director, which we expected, and there will be other members of the AIB staff, about 6 of them, that will be joining us at in Annapolis for the day. We will also be taking a rather robust team with us. Dr. Wallace, Brian Cook, Tom Hamill, Carrie Steers will be our base of our team, and then representing Pillar 1 will be the Short Sisters, Dee and Diane. Pillar 2 will be Dr. App and Dr. Phillips. Pillar 3 will be Dr. Record, Jen McDowell, who just did a presentation for us, Cassie Hamborski and Sarah as our literacy and mathematics coordinators will be representing Pillar 3. Lauren Williams will be, she's our Pillar 4 lead. She'll be heading up her team along with Angela Paris and Wendy Phillips with MLs and special education. And then Vince Tolbert and Kate Hume will be attending for Pillar 5. So that will be our group. We did receive our data today. So in our pre-conference worksheet, they gave us the data that they'll be asking us questions about, and we're going to be meeting after the board meeting today for our first real structured meeting around what that's going to look like. But possibly Dr. Wallace will want to add on to this, but so far 3 districts have had their conference. Carroll, Hartford, and Allegheny. No, Anne Arundel have had their conferences, and it's been all 3 hours, but very positive, very good dialogue. They've asked us not to present any slides, to just keep it a dialogue fashion where we go in and talk honestly about our successes and our challenges. And as I said, everyone has been extremely positive about the format. So even though 3 hours seems a little bit frightening in some ways, everyone has left that has reported back to the blueprint coordinators and said it's been a very positive experience, much better than writing a 100-page report, which is what we were reduced to last year from 200 pages the year before. So hopefully this will be very successful. I have no doubt that we've assembled a great team and will represent Worcester well. And again, I'll let Dr. Wallace add on. I'll just finish by saying that by the next board meeting, we'll be able to tell you how it all went and give you any feedback that we've received from the AIB and their staff. There will also be 2 members from MSDE there, and they will have a person there keeping time, and there will be no recording, but they will be taking notes, so they won't audibly or visually record the session, but they will take notes. So I don't think they're like a mediator in any way, but they do contract out a third party to be at the conference. So with that, I'll just, before I turn it over to questions, I'll let Dr. Wallace add on, because I know she's had some feedback from the other superintendents around the conferences. Anything else you'd like to add on? Okay. So I think hopefully it'll be a very positive experience, and if you have any questions around our conference or anything else blueprint-wise, I'd be happy to take them at this time.
Anyone have any questions for Ms. Schwartz? Thank you for the update.
Thank you
we
so
appreciate
much.
It. Okay. And now for the personnel exhibit, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. App.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Your September board exhibit for personnel is in front of you. Our retirements this month, we have Lois Burkett, Educational Assistant, Worcester Technical High School. New hires, Charlie Blakelock, Systems Technician, Pocomoke Middle School. Lily Christiana, Educational Assistant at Berlin Intermediate School. Kathy Grimes, Educational Assistant at Ocean City Elementary School. Alicia Harrington, Teacher at Snow Hill Elementary School. Rakia Morris, Educational Assistant at Berlin Intermediate School. Avaliz Prado Ramirez, Educational Assistant at Stephen Decatur High School. Our separations this month, Ashley Phillips, Secretary, Shall Elementary School. Alexis Ward, Teacher, Shall Elementary School. Promotions, Susan Redden, Administrative Programs and Grants Manager at Central Office. Superintendent recommends approval of the personnel exhibit as presented.
Thank you, Dr. App. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the personnel exhibit as presented?
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Smack, a second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. I'm staying with you, Dr. App.
Thank you. This month is the month that we bring our negotiating teams forward to the board. Our plan is to start negotiations in November, which is also listed in our negotiated agreement. And this is for your information. You do not have to approve this today. Your team for this year for WCTA is myself as the chief negotiator, Ms. Shorts, Mr. Tolbert, Dr. Reckert, Carrie Steers, Dr. Brown, and Erica Matlock. Our team for the board with WCESPA is myself as chief negotiator, Ms. Shorts, Mr. Tolbert, Dr. Reckert, Carrie Steers, Otis Collins, Sam Slacum, and Julie Smith. Like I said before, we'll be getting underway in November.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. App. And now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Reckert for administrative operations. Dr. Reckert, do you have some policy revisions for us?
Yes, I do, Mr. Ferrante. I'm going to move to the front table.
That's fine. No problem.
Awesome. Thank you.
And just for our board, these revisions are in your folder if you need to pull them out.
Thank you. Mr. Ferrante, if you find it acceptable, I would like to go over each one of these policies now, and then you can vote on them together.
Yes.
And if you'd like me to pull one, I'll do so.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's fine. Thank you.
Policy 1C02 is the Advisory Council for CTE. There was a red line change and then a wording change which aligned our policy with our current practice. You'll note also that the alternate description was no longer needed. The times of year was changed from 6 to 2, and then there was a clarification on the calendar year for the local advisory council.
I'll ask after you finish if there's any questions on that, and we'll move forward. Any questions, board? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Reckert.
Thank you. Policy 1D02 is a language change, and that language change is noted 4 times within the policy, and there are no other red line.
Any questions, board? Go ahead, Dr. Reckert.
Thank you. Policy 2A05 is a change in language. There's also 2 definitions that have been provided. One is child find, the other is free and appropriate public education. You'll also note under the implementation guidelines, there is a clarification of the Individual Disabilities Act, which allows our policy to be in line with COMAR.
Any questions, board? Go ahead, Dr. Reckert.
Policy 2A13, there is a change in language. Currently, there is not a coordinator of digital learning, but there is a highly qualified central office staff person who will be responsible for the digital learning. And that is noted twice within the policy change.
Okay. No questions? Go ahead.
Policy 2C05 is a language change in career and technology, as well as the school funds, materials, and supplies, noting the additional words of funds. used for any of the CTE programs or projects.
No questions. Go ahead.
Policy 2C06, there is one change, and it is a red line change which provides clarity of wording. There is an updated current use of media and which accurately describes the variety of current sources that are used within the technology platform and instruction. That's the only change.
Questions? Okay, go ahead, Dr. Ryder.
And policy 4C16, the policy change is noted in, puts us in accordance with COMAR, and it brings our policy up to date.
Any questions, board, for Dr. Record?
The superintendent recommends approval of the policy revisions as submitted.
Okay. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the policy revisions as presented?
So moved.
A motion by Dr. Andes.
Second.
A second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Dr. Andes.
Thank you.
Now, I'm going to stick with you. We have the Board of Education's meeting schedule. Is that
That's
go,
me,
Dr.
Mr.
Rapp?
Ferrante.
Dr. Rapp,
Thank
that's
you.
Yep.
Before you have the revised meeting schedule for your review. The reason for this revision, if you recall, that on the third Tuesday in October is the MABE conference, and this change would take the board meeting from that Tuesday to a Thursday. So that is the only change or revision on the meeting schedule. Superintendent recommends the change as submitted.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Rapp. And board, can I have a motion and a second to approve the revised 2025-2026 board meeting schedule as presented?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
A second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Dr. Rapp. And back to you, Dr. Record, for a safety update.
Thank you. The information item is a September safety report, which highlights the review of the safety plans from each of the schools that have been turned in. These plans will be carefully reviewed and communicated with the Worcester County Sheriff's Office and local law enforcement, and feedback is provided to the schools to ensure accuracy in the protocols and specific safety measures that need to be in place. And lastly, I would like to just remind everyone that we are continuously pursuing grants and additional external funding, some of which you'll see the fruits of our labor, hopefully upon approval later today. And those funding sources ensure staff training as well as additional resources to our school to, as we say in the school safety world, harden the target but also soften our heart.
Thank you.
Back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Board, have any questions for Dr. Record regarding the safety update? Thank you, Dr. Record. And now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tolbert. For basically, he's going to give us the Buckingham Elementary School and Shell Elementary School CCTV upgrades.
Yes, Mr. Bronte. I'll ask Mr. Sean Goddard, our Safety and Security Manager, and Mr. Sam Slaken, our Maintenance Operations Manager, to come forward, and they're going to ask for a motion to approve some camera upgrades at Buckingham Elementary and Shell Elementary School. Gentlemen.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Pull it up.
No.
Switch.
There we go.
Hang on to it. Good afternoon. I'm before you this afternoon requesting the Board of Education approval of the CCTV upgrades to be completed by ARC Systems at Buckingham Elementary and Shell Elementary Schools, utilizing the contract awarded to ARC Systems through the Board of Education of Howard County. The cost of these retrofits and upgrades for Buckingham is $119,277, and for Shell Elementary, it's $80,620. That's a total of $199,897. At Buckingham Elementary, the funds will support the replacement of the existing cameras and management system, which have reached the end of their serviceable life and can no longer be upgraded. At Shell Elementary, the funds will support a system retrofit of the legacy platform that is no longer supported and has a limited functionality. The new SHAL system will also integrate with the Worcester County Public Schools' current enterprise system that we use, the Avigilon system. Grant funds were rewarded to us to cover these projects last month in August through the fiscal year 2026 School Safety Grant Program administered by the Interagency for School Construction. The superintendent recommends the approval of the CT upgrades for Buckingham and Shell Elementary Schools as presented.
Board have any questions? Okay, can I have a motion and a second to approve the CCTV upgrades in the amount of $199,897? I need a motion and a second.
So
please.
moved.
Motion by Dr. Andrews and a second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much. Mr. Slocum.
Thanks, Sean. Next up, we have our Buckingham Elementary School project continues to move forward, and our next major step is to appoint a construction manager for the project, and Mr. Slocum's going to share his recommendation on that. Sam?
Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here today for the selection of the Buckingham Elementary School construction manager. On August 4th, 2025, we released a request for proposals for construction management at risk services for the new replacement Buckingham Elementary School. On September 9th, the BES Construction Management Selection Committee interviewed 4 construction management firms to select and recommend one firm to the superintendent of schools to provide pre-construction, construction, and post-construction services for the new school. The committee included Dr. Dwayne Apt, Dr. Brian Cook, Dr. Danielle Jackson, Dr. Matt Record, Mr. Vince Tolbert, Ms. Allison Shockley, and myself. The construction management selection process for Buckingham was conducted in accordance with WCPS procedures established through CM selection for previous construction projects in the county. On behalf of the superintendent, we recommend approval of the Buckingham Elementary School construction management contract to Keller Brothers Incorporated in the amount of $3,075,294.
Thank you, Mr. Slocum. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the BES construction manager as presented for in the amount of $3,075,294? Motion by Ms. McComas.
Second.
A second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Slocum.
I just have one question.
Yes, Dr.
and I
Andrews.
support it. Does Keller have any experience building schools on the shore? Because building a school on the shore is very different than building a school in Howard County, because on the shore we have the challenge of not as many available contractors to do this scale of work.
Yes, so Keller Brothers has been involved. They have not been involved in constructing a new school. However, they have been involved in several contracts constructing buildings on the shore. They have an office in Salisbury, Maryland now, so they are invested in this community, and they have been involved in multiple construction management at risk services for Wicomico County schools. Most recently, they have completed construction on the Berlin State Police Barracks right here in Worcester County, and they are also the construction management firm that is building the public library in Pocomoke.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slocum.
All right, next up, Sam, we're moving on to our CIP, FY25 CIP. Every year in September, the Board of Education adopts a CIP program that's due to the state of Maryland. And this year was kind of tag teamed by Mr. Slocum and Dr. Brian Cook in the absence of Joe Price and finding a full-time facilities planner. Dr. Cook and Mr. Slocum.
Good afternoon, President Ferrante and fellow board members. Each October, every local education agency is required to submit a capital improvement program, or CIP, to the Interagency on School Construction. Our fiscal year 2027 CIP includes several key requests that align with the 3-organization memorandum of understanding previously approved between Worcester County Board of Ed, the Worcester County government, and the IAC. These requests include construction funding for Buckingham Elementary School replacement, design funding for Berlin Intermediate School replacement or renovation, design and construction funding for Worcester Technical High School roof replacement. In addition, the CIP outlines timelines and estimated costs for future projects, which include a roof replacement at Stephen Decatur High School and a roof replacement at Ocean City Elementary. The CIP also provides information on the numbers the number and location of portable classrooms. Since 2017, Worcester County Public Schools has reduced the number of portable classrooms from 52 to 11. The submission also includes enrollment projections through 2034. This afternoon, the superintendent recommends board approval of the fiscal year 2027 capital improvement program, as well as authorization to forward the plan to the interagency on school construction at the state level. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Mr. Gordy.
Mr. President, you mentioned the enrollment projections at the 34, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Can you share that? Are we expected to gain or lose? Or
If you look, Mr. Gordy, in the back of the CIP that I believe is in your packet, you will see the
page 31.
enrollment. You will see the enrollment numbers through 2034.
Those numbers will go up.
So we'll continue to go through. It's kind of an intricate process that Mr. Price did in order to see birth rates compared to census data. It's actually very intriguing, actually, how he decided to get the enrollment updates and how things look in a 10-year projection.
Right. Dr. Andes.
I thank you for all your work in putting this together. I know it's a challenge because you have to work with planning and everyone else to make sure everyone agrees on those numbers, as well as our facilities master plan and putting it all together. And I thank you for your work, two of you replacing Mr. Price. So I thank you for that. I just wanted to note that sometimes school systems, because of costs, will value engineer a project. And my experience has been that value engineering a project costs more money in the long run than you save in the short run. Example, today we will most likely approve this capital improvement plan, and one of those items on that capital improvement plan is the roof at Worcester Technical High School. We built Worcester Technical High School and opened it in 2008. So that roof has only lasted 17 years. And why has it only lasted 17 years? Well, the answer to the question is because we had to value engineer the project at Worcester Tech to save some money, to make a target dollar amount that was given to us. And as a result of that, the fact that we didn't use what we should have used in 2008 for that roof, we're sitting here today spending $3 million, I think the number is, to replace that roof. If we would have done what we needed to do in 2008, that roof would have lasted much longer than it has, as opposed to 17 years. So what's my point? My point is that whenever we do a major capital project, I am encouraging everyone to think about long-term cost and not short-term savings. Because when we value engineer something short-term, I assure you that some members sitting here in this dais several years from now will have to pay significantly more dollars for a specific project than if we just would have spent a little more money then. And I can give more examples, like the air conditioning of Stephen Decatur High School's gymnasium, the addition to Stephen Decatur Middle School, and I could go on, but because of time, I'm going to stop. I'm just putting this on the record. Hopefully it's in the minutes, and hopefully someone a decade from now goes back and reads what I just said.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Andes, we hear where you're coming from. Sometimes they say value engineering is spend less up front, but spend more after the fact. And we know with critical and important things like roofs, you want to make sure you do it right the first time. So, but gentlemen, thank you. Any other questions for these gentlemen? I need a motion to approve the 2027 Capital Improvement Program and the authorization to forward the CIP to the Interagency Commission on School Construction.
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Andes.
Second.
A second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much.
Before Vince moves on, please don't get up. I would be remiss if I didn't thank these gentlemen. Dr. Andes hit on it just a second ago. Joe Price probably did the work of 5 men, and we've had recruiting has been a challenge for us, so we're still attempting to recruit for that position, but it's a very unique position. And these two gentlemen have stepped up to the plate and not only done their jobs, but done extra on top of their jobs in a critical position. As Dr. Andes just mentioned, besides student safety, when it comes to spending $1 per dollar, this is probably the most critical things that we do as far as how much projects cost and the importance of getting it right the first time. And these two gentlemen have upped their game. They have put in extra hours. I'm not sure that either one of them came in and was like, yes, Annette, let me do this. But they both are two men who stand here today as employees of Worcester County Public Schools because they're here to do what's best for kids. And I am eternally grateful for the two of you for stepping up for the time period that we needed you to and continuing on until we find someone. But the board, it's important that you know how much these two gentlemen have stepped up, and they've done a wonderful job.
Thank you.
And Mr. Sam, I can state that Berlin Barracks is a state of the art. Pretty. And by me living in Berlin, I've been going back and forth, I can see the progress, how they're going at it. And instead of working and working and working, you're right. You're pretty good.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thanks.
And we're staying with Mr. Tolbert for monthly
sir.
financial report.
Superintendent recommends approval of the August financial report with non-salary expenditures totaling $2,195,872.83.
Okay, board, I need a motion and a second to approve the August 31st, 2025 monthly financial report in the amount of $2,195,872.83. Motion by Mr. Smack. And a second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Tolbert.
You're very welcome. That concludes fiscal operations, Mr. Ron.
Awesome. Okay, now we're Board of Education reports, and I'd like to ask my fellow board members if they have any comments or anything they'd like to share with us today. Ms. McComas.
This weekend, we had a powerful gathering for the dedication of Morgan's Message Wall at Stephen Decatur High School to shine a spotlight on mental health. And I want to personally thank Superintendent Wallace. It takes an immense amount of courage to share your own journey. I happen to know I am bipolar, have been my whole life, and I came very close to suicide 35 years ago. And there, but for the grace of God, go I. Thank you, God, for Skip. As a pastor's wife in California, this became a large part of my ministry. But after moving back here, I discovered it wasn't so acceptable to share. I kind of got shut down. So I kind of stepped back. So again, thank you. It may be a part of who we are, but this does not define us. And honestly, it actually makes us stronger. During my ministry, I learned that sharing, go figure, my struggles and successes actually gave permission to others to share also. The most important piece of all of this is to impress on our kids, our staff, our friends, our family. Please reach out. You're not alone, and the support and help that you need is here. And everyone needs to hear that because they feel so alone at that point in time. Thank you again, and I would like personally at this point in time to actively help the Morgan's Message Wall. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, Ms. McComas. Any other board members?
I would like to say
Ms.
something.
Hattis?
It sort of goes off of what Ms. McComas had just shared with us, so thank you for sharing that. This last week has been very difficult with everything going on, and I've really just had time to do a lot of reflecting, and that is there are nations around the world where people can be killed for simply their faith or their voice, and America was never meant to be one of them. Reflecting on the last week, 9/11, Irina Zarutska, the Ukrainian refugee, the Colorado shooting, and now the tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was in many ways a modern day Martin Luther King Jr. Through from different eras and with different voices, both shared one very big truth, and that was the courage to stand boldly for their beliefs, even when it was unpopular. Dr. King fought for civil rights, and Kirk championed freedoms and values in today's culture. Different causes, but the same conviction, reminding us that courage shapes history. May we honor their boldness and strive to emulate it. And for you to, and if there is anyone to think in this moment it has nothing to do with the children of Worcester County Public Schools, I'm sorry to tell you, but you're mistaken. It has everything to do with them. Our children are watching. They are watching how we, their parents, respond to this tragedy. They are watching how their teachers respond. They are watching every single adult that they look up to. And if your first reaction was to celebrate these deaths or to say that he deserved it, then I urge you to take a long, hard look in the mirror. Is this the example that you want to pass on to your children and your students? And is this the legacy that you want to leave behind? Instead, may we forge ahead with courage, perseverance, and conviction in our daily lives. I urge the students of Worcester County Public Schools to consider starting Turning Point USA chapters in our high schools to continue being a voice for their youth of tomorrow. And I also urge teachers to walk boldly in their faith and to consider serving as advisors for these clubs. This statement is not meant to diminish other tragedies that have taken place. The pain of one does not erase the pain of another, but moments like this mark turning points in our shared history. They force us to ask hard questions. Who are we becoming? How divided have we allowed ourselves to grow? And can we still hold space for disagreement without resorting to violence? Whether you admired Charlie Kirk or you disagreed with him, his assassination is a wound to the nation itself. And it reminds us, if violence becomes the way we settle our differences, then none of us are safe. Let us all do better because our children deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Any other board members? Okay, I just want to say that after the presentation about the MCAP scores, how incredibly proud I am of not only our teachers, support staff, resource and curriculum and resource teachers, and the entire school system which supports the students, and the students themselves that work hard to achieve these scores. It's just incredible that we keep growing and we keep doing better, and it's a wonderful thing. I also want to bring to the attention of anyone who's out there that we back in early this spring we notified that a platform currently hosts our board meetings and materials, board docs, was being phased out, and by its parent company called Diligent. Since that time, staff has been working with the Diligent team to set up and migrate our board over to its replacement platform called Community. Now that we're up and running, beginning next month, we will be using Community fully. This means you will normally find our meeting agendas and minutes and more. They'll have an updated look and some new features, but don't worry, you'll still be able to find everything easily. And from our website, www.worcesterk12.org, our homepage button for the board meetings will be updated to direct you to the new site once it's made live. And of course, with any new technology, we expect some hiccups and bumps along the way, but we ask for your patience. And if you need any assistance, my colleague to the right, Mr. Gordy, will be happy to help you out. I can give you his number if you'd like to call him. But feel free to reach out to anyone at the Board of Education office. The number's 410-632-5000, and they'll be happy to help you. And we don't have any more comments. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wallace for some informational items, and we can move forward.
Yes, I just have two important dates on the schedule for our families and staff. October 1st is the early dismissal. It's one of our first professional development half days, and then October 17th, schools are closed and offices are closed for the MSEA convention.
Okay. The next regular Worcester County Board of Education meeting will be held on Thursday, October 23rd. And remember, this is Thursday. We had to move it to Thursday for some reasons, so it's not going to be on a Tuesday. Right here in the Sarah D. Thompson Board Meeting Room at Worcester County Board of Education Central Office, 6270 Worcester Highway in Newark, Maryland. The open session will begin at 10:30 a.m. Immediately consider voting into going into closed session under general provisions of Article 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland. And the board will reconvene in open session at 12:30, and the board meeting information will be posted on the school system website at www.worcesterk12.org. And so I ask for my board, I need a motion to adjourn today's open session. Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
And a second by Dr. Andes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now adjourned. Thank you.